question that is superficial, go deeper, you know, counter one another if you have to. Yeah, I think everyone here is man enough. See what I did there? Hey, you guys, man, you're not getting my jokes. What am I going to do? Okay, sawa. All right, so we want to start off, gentlemen, and thank you for agreeing to be a part of this as we talk about cybersecurity crisis management. I'm sure at the levels at which you have operated and are operating, a crisis is a huge thing that has to come to your attention. I believe you'll be the person that will be able to figure out how to get us out of this crisis. I'm thinking also, particularly at Central Bank of Kenya, if there was a crisis, what? That would be everybody in the country in a crisis, basically. So what are some of the skills and experiences required to effectively handle cybersecurity-related crises in organizations in general, and what has been your experience? And I'll start, where do I want to start? Let me start right here. Let's start with Bona Konyiha. Yeah, we have a spray in case you think that you want to sanitize. There's a sanitizer somewhere.
I think I'm okay. They've already been sanitized, actually, but we need this one. I think I'm okay, yeah. So thank you for that. Mr. Ryongi, I think during the session before covered all that you could speak to, but maybe to give a more practical, what we're looking at in terms of what a crisis would look like. So credit in for the organization I'm currently with. We are in 25 countries across 4 continents, and we hold data on over 700 million individuals. So to bring it closer to home, it's probably 3 times the size of East and Central Africa population. So it's a lot of data. So you can imagine if there's a breach of that data, that crisis is not going to be a small crisis. That is, it's quite a big thing. It's a catastrophe. So you really need to have your ducks in a line. And I think a lot of this has been mentioned in a lot of the other sessions that people are talking about. But it's important that you're able to you have a plan. You've got ways to respond, or first of all, actually, to prevent the crisis from happening. But like we've heard before, a cybersecurity attack is like a flu. We can take all the vitamin C to prevent it, but at one point it's going to hit you. So when it hits you, what do you do to respond to it, and actually how do you recover from that? And recovery for us is on the various levels. One, we are a highly regulated industry, so how do you deal with that with the regulator, with consumers and their data, and to win that trust back from your clients as well? So it's quite a wide range of different things that you're looking at that you need to be prepared for. So in the process of doing it, you also need to ensure that your teams are well conversant with what that plan is. We actually do have to simulate quite regularly attacks for them to be aware of what happens, what to do, and so how to communicate. And as we were told before, it goes down to the last person, because you can imagine your tea girl at the office could send out the wrong information out there, having a cyber attack. Because a cyber attack of this magnitude would reach every single person. So how you respond to it and react to it is very, very key.
Thank you. As we go ahead, also think about an experience that you've had, maybe a near crisis or a crisis itself, and give us an example if you do have that. Please go ahead, Banabudia. Oh, he put it off, sorry.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to be on this panel. Allow me to just spend a second to appreciate one lady who has participated in all the sessions tirelessly. So we've had many speakers, but the lady there has translated for everyone. Yeah? I believe she's called Grace, right?
She's called Grace, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, well done, Grace.
And to answer your question, I think I'll provide examples to provide context. I think from my perspective, the theory to use is to identify the threat, isolate it, resolve it, and then build on a knowledge management case. So I'll provide 2 examples which are non-financial and 2 examples which are financial from my experience. So one time we had an intern coming into one of the data centers that we used to use. And you remember Fidelis talking about the mainframes? So I'm not as old as Fidelis, but I know what that means. And we used to run Sun Microsystems, and the 42U cabinet racks. It has, when you open a rack cabinet, there's a key, and then you open it and you But in Sun Microsystems, that was the on and off switch. So this intern went in, and in his excitement, he turned it on and off during the day at 11. And the whole core banking system went down. It became a crisis. So the first thing was to restart, and then finally we looked around and we found out through CCTV that he didn't know what he was doing, and it created a whole issue. Second scenario, which is still non-financial, is when we invite our good auditors to come and inspect our systems. One auditor was very ambitious. We usually ask for the list of tools that they need to run in any bank or institution. So they run a specific tool called Cain and Abel. And what it does is it does DNS poisoning. I'm sure most of you are techies and you know what that means. And he targeted the main core switch. So he's just poisoning packets so that he can retrieve information. And the whole network went down. So same thing we did. Isolate the LAN where we thought the traffic was coming from, and then get the service back up because the whole core switch was down, and identify how to remediate. So we banned use of such tools, and we remediated any attacks that can come from DNS poisoning. Two more examples quickly. One was when I was running a payment system here in Kenya. I'll not mention which one, but we had an attempted fraud of 110 million. And what happened is we started seeing a lot of payments from one bank to multiple banks, and they were just flowing. And the thing was, do we let it continue happening, or do we stop it? So what we did is we isolated the bank, contacted central bank, as what Ruinge has presented. A central bank is usually very helpful. They helped us actually contact the bank where the money had gone to. Unfortunately, some customers had already started withdrawing. And unfortunately, I think we discovered that it was an internal attack in that bank that affected everyone else. And then the last example is one which is very interesting, because we used to run batch file systems to update, to make payment, debit one account and credit multiple accounts. So one staff managed to pick that file, amend it, and replay it back into the system. And what that did is that he was debiting an internal suspense account and crediting his own account. So after we isolated, discovered, and all that, it became not a cybersecurity crisis, but a people management crisis, because the gentleman was discovered, wanted to take his own life. And I think just to speak to the youth is to say, don't do things so that you can live that kind of life that you see people living. And that's what we discovered, that this gentleman actually was, living on the fast life, And this was a way of, fueling that life. So eventually we managed to get him to go for counseling, and he is now still alive and working well. And it's a good analogy to say it's all not bad, but we need to mentor our youth, especially the up-and-coming youth, to make sure that they use their skills for good and to support institutions.
Thank you very much, Honorable Budia. Hey, what do you think about that, guys? Now, by the way, please keep tweeting. This some of the things you need to be tweeting and going on social media about. Something as incredible as the examples were being given, and we're talking about cybersecurity crisis. Quickly, just to remind you, the hashtag is CA Cyber Conference 22. CA Cyber Conference 22. Yeah, please continue tweeting, take some pictures. I want to see myself at least. And you can tag me at Nikki Mags, just in case. Let's keep it for now, and we'll come back to you, Bana Ryunge. Yes, let's go to Bana Wanyoike. Mr. Kenya Chui.
Really?
Joroge.
Joroge, thank you. Great. Thank you. I think I would just want to go straight into the question. And I don't know if you guys can hear me at the back there. Can I be heard? Much better, thank you. Let me just switch this other one off. I think the question was around the skills, necessarily in a cyber security crisis management. And I think straight out of it, you'll probably be looking at technical skills, people who have vulnerability and testing and pen test skills, network administration skills, security auditing, and so on. But beyond, of course, the technical skills, there are other soft skills that would come in handy. For example, communication skills, as as you recall from Ryunge's presentation, this aspect of communication, and a good example was given, an instance where you may have a staff member out there and somebody asks, your organization is on fire, what are they likely to say? I think all of us are very conversant with a very recent incidents in which during a voting, a Kenyan was found on the queue and there was wapi maoni yako as regards the election, and they said, sina maoni, right? Great. And I think, so the whole aspect of skills is a huge list of skills that you need during a crisis, and sometimes because you cannot be able to assemble such huge numbers of teams or team members, sometimes you want individuals who can overlap. So somebody may have a skill or 2 or 3 across. I think from an experience perspective in terms of skills, it's one incident where me and my colleague Fred visited a customer about 2 years ago. And of course the customer had been breached. And towards the end, the CEO asked us if we have a specific counseling course or a counseling strategy for the board of directors. Of course, both of us being techies, of course you look at each other for a minute, and then, of course, in terms of way forward, you would promise the customer and actually act on it, is that we can be able to stitch and put something together. But that being that instance, I think it has actually arose again. You find instances that other than having the technical skills, you're expected to have skills around creating content on comfort. How do you make the management comfortable about probably the next steps? How do you make them comfortable about what has happened? How do you prepare, higher level members of the organization in terms of feeling, safe and, you know what I mean.
So what you're saying is that apart from a technical approach to crisis management, there should also be a philosophical and sociological approach.
Totally.
So to give people the tools to be able to manage any crisis, even when it's a crisis at home, and feel comfortable. And as you said, not to react, but to respond.
Respond, precisely.
Yeah. Okay, all right, thank you very much. Mr. Yogo, thank you very much for taking the time to be here.
Thanks, and good afternoon, everyone. Mr. Monique, even before I get to attempt to respond to your question, let me just reiterate on the importance of this specific plenary. If you ask me, I think today, if you look around globally, cyber attacks keep on growing. And to an extent, according to research, today we talk about $10.5 trillion being predicted to be the cost of cybercrime by 2025, right? That is very, very close to the US economy. That is very, very close to the Chinese and the Japanese economy. And to an extent, it says that if you can actually get to combine the trade around all illegal drugs, right, then that actually gets to beat it. So that means that is very, very huge, right? So cybercrime, cyber terrorism is on stage, and we can only expect escalations in terms of complexity, frequencies. So I think it's speaking to us, right, as organizations and even as a nation. Because today, if I look around, I think in the course of the last 1 year, we've had a lot of cyber terrorism related crises. Let me just jog your minds a bit. Like the Ukraine versus Russia, right? A number of cases where we've actually gotten to record attacks around critical infrastructure, right? Go to the US. Remember the 2016, 2015, thereabout, influence on elections, that is big, right? For those who remember the colonial pipeline, in which case that pipeline, which actually gets to cover, I think, the whole of west or east coast in terms of oil and fuels transportation, was down for close to 2 weeks, right? Close to 100 TB of data stolen and ransom being requested from the attackers. So it's big. Closer to home in South Africa, I think early this year we had a case of a whole railway system being down for over a week, right? Affecting quite a lot. So it's a discussion that we are having at the right time, right? And the best we can do, away from us acting on behalf of organizations, there's a bit that we need to play into at a national level, right? So even as we talk about crisis management at individual level, at organizational level, it's also good that we get to elevate the discussion at a national level. Back to the question by Mwaniki, I tend to think, of course, my fellow plenaries have actually talked about quite a number, but let me just add the bit around speaking to what he just said. Business relationship management, I think that is very, very big. As you get to handle crisis, it is very, very important that you get to update your stakeholders, right? They need to be updated of the ongoings, the actual status and what you're doing. From a customer perspective, internal stakeholders, that is tough as well, and even external stakeholders. But another big bit that we also need to have into play are the actual resources, right? So that today, if you have an incident, do we have the resources to get to manage that incident, right? So a case of, say, contracts. Do we have contracts that can actually be escalated for us to ensure that if we need support from an external stakeholder, from an external party, we need to do forensics. Do we have contracts that can actually allow us to use your services, for example, right? Do we have alternate lines, just in case we have issues around network, to get to contact key stakeholders or the technical teams as they get to resolve? Okay, back to you.
Thank you, that was very fast. You talked about forensics. And I'm going to come to Wanariunge. There's a question I have for you, and I would like you to answer it when I come back to it. So just hold on to it, pack it. Who forms the crisis management team, and at what point do they start doing things like forensics? And do you have levels? Like, no, level 1, only this level people do it. Level 2, now these people, level 5, now it's a level 5. Like we see in the movies, it's a level 5 threat. That's when the president is now involved, and when you watch those American movies, that's what kind of thing you get. Please go ahead and try and add your voice to this whole discussion. Before you do that, the head of delegation from Laikipia, you're required outside to see Caro, head of delegation from Laikipia. I forgot to say that earlier.
Okay, I think I'll just echo what my compatriots have talked about. But crisis management should be looked at from a risk-based scenario. And in that case, you manage to consider anything probably that can go wrong within an enterprise. And it is in this consideration that you'll be able to map up the capabilities that you have. And in that, you'll know the skills that you have and the skills that you don't have, what you'll need, let's say, to outsource and make relevant contracts to be able. A case in example is we tend most of the time to look at from the technology, and if I look at what we've talked here from a technology perspective, but there is that element of the soft element of people, the knowledge. No enterprise can be able to sustain a team that can respond to crises throughout other than without equipping them with training. So a key thing here is continuous training. If you put a team together today, you might have very capable cyber response team, you have very good guys who understand the business acumen. Tomorrow this guy may just slip off and resign. And the guy who is doing the crisis management, the guy who is put as a manager of the crisis, is not informed. So then a crisis happens. You've not empowered these guys continuously. So that element of continuously empowering this guy. I'll give a case in example. My experience in World Athletics. Athletics is a multi-billion sector. To run an event just like the one that happened in Nairobi recently, we have almost 60,000 tons of IT equipment being brought in the country. 60,000. And now that's just a two-day event. What about a World Athletics event? So this World Athletics event that was running, that I happened to be among the guys who are running the technology, I'll not say specifically, it's between 2016 to 2020. So we put up these drills, we put up crisis response. They have very good disaster recovery plans. crisis management plan. We look at technology, we harden our network, we bring in guys. But then we did not empower the guys who handle our most critical asset, who is the athlete. There are guys who handle them. So one of the handlers of best, actually, they were the guys who do appearance. You know, guys, if you are, like, say, a world marathon holder and you appear, you are dead. So now the marathon was going to happen, the heat was going to happen like in 2 days' time. So these guys, one of the handlers does a photo. Tomorrow we'll be at Chef so-and-so to sample this. I'll bring there and post on the Facebook. So they pick the two neighboring countries who participated and they produce very good athletes. So 2 or 3 athletes get from this country who are top-notch. They're ladies, and they pick their friends. So they go to that restaurant. Of course, they'll be monitored what they eat, but they eat something. And they came back. Doing the anti-doping test, they get the substance. So where did they invest? The whole thing is put into a crisis. Where did it go? We start looking at the networks, bring in best forensic guy to look. Is there, do these guys infiltrate? Are these results in fact right, real? Because it cannot happen for our best from different countries. So what is the common denominator here? So now the investigation goes. We bring in our other experts, forensic analysts. What is the common denominator? These guys went here. They go there. They do a swipe of that restaurant. Now it was found they ate something there, and it's somebody who was compromised, an employee. When this person posted on Facebook, one of the employees was compromised and brought in a substance. That's how messy it can be. You put in very good structures, but you miss one element. Had we trained the handlers of these athletes, included them in our programs, we would not have been in that place. But you are focused on technology, you are focused on operations.
So they didn't run, they couldn't run?
It's a case for...
No, you can't say it now. We don't know who it is.
They ran just to manage the expectations of their fans, because again, sponsored, it brought in a lot of huge money. But there are some titles you cannot get to, so they managed, the people who won were never classified to have gotten to that level. Yeah.
Oh, what a shame. Yogo has got something to say there. Yeah?
I get your next question, please. So on the thresholds for a crisis, ideally when I look at a crisis, I think it stems off incidents management to an extent, such that as you get to do your classifications, that is the point where you put in the thresholds for the lows, right? The medium severity incidents. The high, then of course then it gets to a crisis. Then after the crisis, now we are talking about a disaster, right? When you talk about a cyber crisis, of course there are parameters that we need to look at. I know Fidelis touched on quite a number, but largely touching on IT. For cyber, there are additional parameters that we need to look at even as we get to classify. Things around the scope of the attack, the criticality of the service in question, or the infrastructure in question. Of course, if you're talking about the core banking for the financial services, then that is highly critical, right? As opposed to when you're talking about a laptop or 2 or 3 printers within that organization. The impacts around revenue is also very key. So most organizations, in as much as you look at the availability angle, but it's also good to look at the impact. Is only having an impact of, say, $1 million, as to another incident which has got an impact of over $100 million, then to an extent you could be in a position to correctly classify that into whether it's a medium, high, or a crisis. The other bit which also plays into a crisis classification or an incident classification, like I've said, is confidentiality, which is key. So in as much as the traditional IT mode of classification looks largely into availability, but for cyber-related, 2 additional staff are required for consideration, that is confidentiality and integrity, right, of the data you're talking about. So a case where you're talking about, say, data exfiltration as an example, right? You have, like the 100 TBPS I was talking about earlier. If it's just any other data, right, without any confidential information, then to an extent, that does not make a case maybe for it to be classified into a crisis for a specific incident related to data exfiltration. So a number of other additional parameters that need to be looked at when you are getting to decide on the criticality or the thresholds for a crisis. Thank you.
How do you measure the integrity of the person that you're hiring?
Of course, integrity, I know like Warawinge talked about, when you talk about a crisis team, for example, HR have a role to play, right? And during any other formal recruitment process, to an extent, you expect background checks to be done. So out of that output, you can actually get to determine the integrity of the people you're working with.
Okay. I would imagine that the people that you hire to manage your ICT system at a place like the Central Bank of Kenya, you must go through some very rigorous, even lifestyle and those kind of checks. I'm sure that's what you have to go through that. Eh? Okay, interesting.
And of course, Chapter 6 of the Constitution.
Chapter 6 of the Constitution, exactly.
I think I just wanted to add on quickly what my colleague has mentioned. And probably just going back a little bit in terms of the skills. I think I felt it important to highlight somebody who has negotiation skills, because you don't know the nature. Sometimes you can't quickly establish what is the intention of the whatever infiltration or the incidents or the crisis. So somebody who has negotiation skills would also come in handy, and possibly as well in terms of how the team is constituted. Criticality of an incident or crisis is also the size of the organization. The size of the organization, the aspect of what makes you rich. For example, if it's a small organization, may have only one product line. So probably your e-commerce website is what is what makes you rich. So obviously, the moment you have that compromised, is automatically a crisis. The other thing is, of course, the criticality of the application affected. For example, today, email is a big concern. It's a critical application within the organization. So the moment email, for example, is affected, you definitely move into crisis mode.
Yes, that's very good. What is the finance line, the income line? If that is affected immediately, it affects immediately. All right. You asked me what my next question is. Now start thinking about it. The next question after him is, what constitutes the levels of a crisis management plan? I think that's what I'm going to ask. Wait. Am I right? Let me answer that properly. Yes, what do you consider when developing a crisis management plan?
Okay. I will answer the question you asked to Park. Yeah. And it was about who constitutes the crisis management team. I recognize that organizations are built different. There are big organizations in financial services, in banking, for example. The central bank has classified banks in tiers. So there is the tier 1s, the big banks, all the way to the tier 3s, the small banks. The tier 1s have financial muscle. They have big technology teams. They have big teams. The tier 3s do not have as big teams. Now that is in banking. When you go outside of financial sector or outside of banking and look at SMEs and other such small businesses, sole proprietorships and all these other side hustles that most of you in the crowd are running, that single person could be HR, they are the CEO, they are the legal, they are they are everything, because they do not have as many, they do not have the financial muscle to have that many people. However, a crisis, like I'd said, the crisis management team is is managing an incident that has escalated. It means that since we are talking about cybersecurity crisis, it has gone beyond technology. It has gone beyond IT. So the crisis management team should comprise various functions within the organization. I was going to say divisions, then I realized the divisions is not something that cuts across all organizations. So it's various functions. ICT obviously is key. Members of the crisis management team, enterprise risk, or the guys who look after second line risk management, or rather second line, risk management, so that's enterprise risk. Business, because business is affected. The reason why IT exists is to drive business, is to enable business, so business teams must be involved. HR must be involved because there are issues about how to deal with staff. Whether it's depending on the crisis, that crisis might have impacts on staff, or it could be perpetrated by staff. In most cases, there is always an insider somewhere. There is the legal team, because of communicating to regulators or dealing with any other legal aspects that emanate as a result of the crisis. There is the communications, corporate communications. What are you putting out there on Facebook or on social media? What are you communicating to the press? etc. There is customer experience or customer communications, whatever it's called. What are you communicating to the customers? Are you communicating directly, or is it are you communicating directly to your customers, or is general communication? Because crisis management is all about risk management. It's a risk management tool, or rather risk treatment tool. A crisis puts an organization under reputational risk. It puts an organization under regulatory risk, financial risk, etc. And all these risks risk the survival of the organization. By the time an incident reaches crisis level, the very survival of the organization is at risk. And therefore, one of the other things that must happen in a crisis management plan is to outsource this risk. So in cybersecurity, we have incident response retainers, where we say there may be incidents that we cannot handle internally, because one of the complications, one of the challenges that as a CISO I face is, how do you hire people to just sit in the organization waiting for a crisis to happen? So, if you say you want to hire a specialist in crisis management or incident response, and questions come, how often do these incidents happen? So you want a guy to just sit waiting in case. So what you do, you outsource the risk, right? So you get an incident response retainer with a reputable company, and there are many in the world. And if there is an incident that has escalated into a crisis, we hope that because we have an incident response retainer, it doesn't even escalate to a crisis, but they will help you with that. And of course, there is insurance. In case things really go sideways, then you can always make a claim against that incident.
That's already very answered the question on the plan. I think that, so let's back the plan issue. I want to ask a very interesting question. For me, at least it's interesting. And feel free to go whichever way it goes. Boniface and Kamau, because you're the ends, you normally don't get to speak as much as the guys in the middle. But so push for your space. If we had an attack on M-Pesa today, okay, a cyber attack, I don't know what terms to use, but you understand what I'm trying to say. Who would be involved in that kind of, because this is reaching the wananchi on the ground all the way to the top person. Who would be involved in managing that crisis?
Let me take it, because I think that was in my former life. So ideally, like Ringa's put it, I think he's covered quite a bit. Of course, if it's a crisis, the crisis management team takes lead, right? But within the crisis management team, normally you find the C-suite within that team as well. So of course, there's business, there's the technical, so you expect the CIO to be part of that team. The CEO definitely will be in there, also to get updates on what is happening and also to give directions, right? But another component that is also very, very important, which I've seen work so much when you're dealing with a crisis, is your contacts with LE, right? Law enforcement is very, very important. There are cases where you need DCI, right? There are cases where you need international cooperation. How do you get hold of that guy, for example? Could be staff, right? And for sure, guys, insider threat is real. You could have, most of the cases for crisis could actually be because of an insider, right? So a case where you have a staff, say, traveling, yeah, and he's the one who is committing or causing that crisis, for example, how do you get hold of him? The reason of having contacts with LE is very, very important. It would actually help you fasten the solution for some of these things. And I've seen it happen globally. So in as much as at times it complicates the whole environment around investigations, but there's the better side of having that contact and ensuring that you get to work with them closely as you get to resolve. So to answer you, I think Ruinge covered quite a bit. I just added on what he may not have covered. Thank you.
Kamau, I'm sure you have something to say about that. With 700, data for 700 million people, that's not a walk in the park.
Okay, yeah.
Go ahead.
I think M-Pesa is a critical infrastructure, I believe, and definitely it will trigger the response team within the institution that runs it, that will form the core team for the response. But then, as he says, the CIS should definitely be involved to interface. And I think they have a plan that now will inform how they interface with the outside. And that's why there is supposed to be a very clear-cut communication plan. Who communicates to who within the plan? Otherwise, it will be chaotic. You can imagine M-Pesa, the whole, everybody making, it's chaotic. So that plan now comes into effect, that communication strategy. Who communicates to who interfaces with who? How do they, even if you are requesting for external expertise, how do they come in? But for me, also looking at it broadly, it comes to the risk-based approach. Doing risk management, you look at the basically 5 components, which is you are looking at, while doing the respond and recover and readiness, you are just doing 5 components. Governance, number 1. What governance structures are there from top? The plan must be supported from the top. If it's not being supported, then, and what structure, is there funding for it, for that crisis management? Because there will be resources. You'll need to train people, you need to upskill people, you'll need to acquire, you need to sign contracts for that support. Then the strategy. What is the strategy of the organization? What does it live for? And then this strategy, crisis management, also fit into that. Then there is the business operation environment of the organization. Something like a telco, like running M-Pesa or a bank, will consider, let's say, losing money or reputation or operational paralysis as a crisis. And an enterprise like offering service provision, like a government, you're just providing service. The major crisis point is if an incident has caused operational paralysis. You see, now it's not about losing money. Yeah. So they'll put in, there's different books for every operational environment of business. Then the now technology comes in. Which tools do you have in place? Which structures have you put in place to recover? Which tools do you have in place to assist you to recover very fast or to assist you in the investigation? Then you bring in now the guys of risk and compliance. Risk and compliance in the sense that with the operation environment you're operating in, there are legal and regulatory requirements you need to adhere to, which may end up with you getting hefty fines. Like for instance, there is a data breach that has breached personal identifiable information. The Data Protection Commission will be on your neck. You will need to, now there are fines that are going to come in your way. So that realm now will assist also some people like M-Pesa to organize themselves in doing the response.
Okay, thank you very much. I want to start fielding questions. I'm not, yeah, Kamau, I'm coming. You go ahead, Kamau. I want to start fielding questions. We will only take 3 questions. Okay, maybe 4. Because the hands are all going up. 4 questions. I don't know if there are any from guys online. I've not received any. If there are any from guys online, please let me know so I can look at that. Shout out to Gashoki Bennett. I hear you're watching, so that's going to be interesting from the CBK. So I'll only take 4 questions immediately after Bwana Kamau and Bwana Budhia say something.
So I think everything has pretty much been said, but I'll put it in a different way. So in that sort of situation, and you've got the different levels of people, when you're in a crisis, I think I like splitting it into 2 different aspects. There's a now, and what you're dealing with, containing that threat, managing it, and ensuring it doesn't happen. Then there's a tomorrow, because tomorrow you want your business to continue running, and you want to ensure that you can get back to operations and people will trust you. So in the now, when the ICT teams are doing the containment and trying to identify the threat and to prevent it happening again, within your C-suite, you really need a strong PR component that's communicating. And it's this, the most important thing in a crisis is always to be honest. If you're honest, you're more likely to recover a lot faster. If you try and cover things to try and assume or pretend they didn't happen, it's unlikely that you'll recover as quick. So honesty is actually something that is very key. Have a very good and strong PR team that is creating a narrative that would, block any, I mean, in the times of social media, one narrative can be taken and it runs and it ruins whatever efforts that you're actually trying to build.
And maybe just to add, thank you for that comment. Mine is a school of thought of being practical, because a lot of these crisis management scenarios are done in optimum scenarios, where it's during the day, it's 8 a.m., you have a crisis exactly when everyone is in the office, so your team is there. But the reality is that some of these crises happen way late at night. When there's no one, you call your, crisis management coordinator and you can't find them. I think the most basic item for crisis management is what surgeons apply. For a surgeon, you need to have steady hands all the time to be able to do a surgery. So I think it's the same approach, that anyone in that crisis management team need to have steady thoughts, contain themselves, ability to work under pressure, and that can be actually identified even before, so that when you activate that crisis management plan and it does not work as it should be, then your team members have that fortitude to respond and not panic and overreact. So I submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, Banahome and some back there. Who's the hand behind there? Oh, yes, okay. I think there's a lady back there. I thought there were more hands. What happened to them? Okay, let's start with the lady over there. And then we'll come to you, Banahome. All right, and if my crew who are online can check whether we have any questions, I will check on my phone. Just send them to me. I will receive them. Good. So introduce yourself and give us your question.
Good afternoon. My name is Amanda. I am one of the participants who took part in the hackathon that was held last week by CA and Huawei. And so my question is, Mr. Kabuthia mentioned that students can also take part in the certification, but then there was one in particular. So my actual question is, at what capacity are the students going to be involved? For instance, after the certification, are there going to be trainings? Since the main certification that you mentioned stated that someone needs to have 5 years of experience, but then as a student, you obviously don't have that. So how are you going to go about it after taking part in the first certification so that you can actually be immersed in the cybersecurity world, for lack of a better word?
You said, yes, Cynthia.
Thank you.
What's your name again?
Amanda.
Amanda, sorry, Amanda. Thank you. I think, is it nobody else up there? Oh, yes, I thought so. I thought I saw more hands earlier.
My name is Teblon from Kisii County Government. My question was asking, in an incident of triple extortion ransomware, at what point are you going to inform maybe your customers that you have been attacked, and maybe they should expect attackers contacting them, or you just pretend like nothing has happened and you run things at the background?
That's a good question. Thank you, Teblon. Okay, now in the front, I think Banahome. Right in the front. This has been very, very interesting. I think, okay, go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. I first want to recognize the great minds who are in front of us. It is, tuwapigie makofi. You know, we are where we are, my generation, because you stepped ahead of us, and you have also allowed yourself to work in integrity for 10 years, 20 years, working in places like Safaricom and such. And therefore, we salute you for that. 2 questions. Number 1, based on your experience, what is the one key soft skill that this is now into the IT team? What is the one key soft skill that a person in the IT or cybersecurity requires so that they can survive or they can transit during the crisis process successfully? That is 1. Number 2, speaking for SMEs, most of them they do not have IT policies. So for those with IT policies, now here we are talking about crisis management plans. So what is your advice? Should this plan be incorporated into IT policy if they have it in the first place, or they should have a separate document called crisis management plan? Thank you.
Great question. And in fact, should they also have another document called the Cyber Incident Response Plan also? All right, who's feeling ready to go? Oh, sorry, one more. Sorry.
My name is Sami Luciana. I'm trying to phrase my question this way. There's times when you have to pay the ransom. Who makes that call?
Good question. And the buck, I think, stops at the top. But yeah. All right. Want to start, Mr. Yonge?
So I'll start with the first question from Amanda, because I think that was very directed. I'm the only one who can answer. Then I'll leave the rest of the questions to be answered by the rest of the panelists, because no man deserves to go unpunished. So Amanda, to join ISC2 Kenya chapter, you do not need to be certified. You can join as a student member, especially as a student member. You do not need to be certified. Joining fees for students are waived, so you just show interest, express interest to join, then we will enroll you. As a student, you have opportunities to be trained to participate in chapter events. So the training can be geared towards a certification. The easiest certification to get today is certified in cybersecurity. It's called CC. To be certified in cybersecurity, you just need to pass an exam. You do not need experience, because we recognize that students do not have experience. However, you also asked about the journey. The journey, the proposed journey, or the roadmap is that as a student, you get into cybersecurity, you get your training, whether it is formal, leading to a certification or not, and as you exit education institutions, then you are able to get into the cybersecurity career with the entry level, as an entry level cybersecurity professional. And as you grow in that profession, then you can at some point attain CISSP or any other certification that requires that you have experience. So there is nothing today that stops you from joining. Come, we can have during lunch or any other time, let's have an aside, let's have a discussion with you, Amanda, or anybody else who is interested, and I can advise you further on how to join the chapter and the benefits that will accrue from your membership. Thanks.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Okay, go ahead, please, Abuthia.
Thank you, Ringo, for that. Maybe I can take the question about who makes the call on payment, right? I think just to contextualize this, when you're speaking to your board members, I think they look at 3 things. What's the damage? How much will it cost? Will it have impact on our profitability or reputation, right? So I guess what Ringe mentioned during his presentation is very apt for this discussion, that any risk that you cannot prevent, you mitigate by insuring it out to third parties. So in that case, you're seeing very bespoke products from insurance firms that are targeted for cybersecurity insurance. Most financial services and organizations are already insured. If you see money being stolen from a branch or from a bank, that money is insured. They pay premium for that, so they can recover. So I think the direction of travel, especially for cybersecurity, is to adapt that model, because you cannot possibly anticipate not being attacked. So insure it out, outsource it to third parties. I hope I've answered your question, sir. Thank you.
And then we pray that LE also is very involved, because it become a lucrative business now. People, since the insurance is going to pay, see, we just have all the ransomwares. Okay, you're going to do something, and Budhia. Sorry, Kamau.
Okay, he's answered that question, but I'll go to the other one on the IT soft skills that I believe you should have. I think what is critical within any management is communication. A lot of the time is, if you don't have someone who can communicate very well across the line what is happening, then you start having an issue of a broken Chinese phone, which is now brings more issues.
Wahombe, let me take your question on policy and standards. My take is that it needs to be as simple as possible, right? Again, there are usually templates that you could get from ITIL or whichever body of standards that you could use. But ideally, from an organizational perspective, it's good to customize and make it simple. I think right to your plenary, if I remember well, there was the aspects around stress testing, right? There are aspects around tabletopping. That's to ensure that the document, right, actually gets to work, right? So right from communication plan to organogram, escalation levels, so it needs to work. I think that is the bottom line. So you could have a document, it could be a standard, it could be a policy level, but then that document needs to be something that can actually work for that organization.
And probably just to add on to that, and respond to the question around soft skills without seemingly responding to my colleague, but I'm sure I'm entitled to an opinion, right? Good. I think being calm in every crisis situation, the ability to be calm, it allows you to coordinate, allows you to do the right things, allows you to, put whatever you need to put in motion. Because the moment you are not able to be composed, you're not able to be able to think straight, then the chances are that you most likely not be able to do what you're supposed to do. And I think the second question around standards, and of course that most organizations may not necessarily have an IT strategy or an IT policy, and largely so because budget, especially for small, medium organization, is continually a concern. I'm sure that probably during the conversations you've had that there are still some institutions that have IT and finance, purely because of the perception that IT is a spender. Is that this always templates out there, there are ISO standards you could adopt, and obviously a whole bunch of documents written by vendors on standards. And these could become foundational documents upon which an organization that may not necessarily have a big budget begin from. And sifting through internally, and possibly where possible, if future or finances allow, having probably the opinion of an expert on that, but on what you have stitched together.
Yes, Boniface. You want to also remember Teblon asked about triple ransomware.
No, I want to do.
Okay, okay, good. The other one then. Someone remember about the triple.
I'll do the skills and also the policies, the home. For skills, other than, of course, communication is key, but another aspect is integrity or honesty. I've experienced scenarios whereby the internal teams or the guys who are responding to a crisis or a cyber incident, they fall shortfall of seeing what is happening. They are unable, it's unable for them. But they cannot tell management we've hit a wall. So the guys will continue just doing things there, wasting time, the organization losing. But if they are very honest and say, boss, from here we don't know what is happening. Now management can be able to respond properly and engage either an external party to try and assist. And that one provides a mechanism for timely response and alleviate the damage that was and contain the situation. Now, on policies, basically for me, I look at it and standards for the size of the organization. A big organization will have an incident response plan, a crisis management plan, a business continuity plan, a disaster recovery plan. But how do these plans, all of them, feed into each other, should be the question. I've seen scenarios whereby you have a disaster recovery plan that does not talk to the crisis management plan. Reason being, you might find the business continuity plan and the crisis management plan are being managed by either the strategy unit or the business unit because it's over-anchoring in the organization. And then the incident response plan is basically techie, so it's on the technology, but they don't, either of them can affect the other one, how they operate. So it depends on size. Small organizations, what I've seen, what happens, you do a business continuity plan. Within it, there's a crisis management plan. But then the incident response plan is domiciled with the technology section. But they now fuse at one particular point. But the question now that is usually posed is, what is the difference now of a crisis management plan, an incident response plan, a disaster recovery plan? How do they marry to each other without confusing the organization? Because as Diego said, they need to work for the enterprise. The key thing is they must work. They must be tested over time. People must be trained. They must be aware they exist.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I think we'll be going towards the end now, and we'll come down with the last words from everybody. Your closing remarks as we now move to the end of this session. Bonariongi.
So I'll take the triple extortion one, because one, I'm the one who talked about it,
yes.
And two, nobody wants to take it. I set myself up, eh? So to be honest, Deborah of Kisii County, to be honest, when do you inform customers that their data has been exfiltrated and it's with some attackers in Eastern Europe or North America? Never. If I had a choice. But I don't, because there is regulation, there is legislation that requires that we inform customers when their data is compromised. We know of the data protection law and other regulations from the various regulators who regulate the space that I'm in. So I'm speaking specifically for the space that I'm in. But more specifically, I think that is a call that must be made by the CMT, as has been discussed by various panelists here. The CMT comprises of the C-suite. It's the CEO, the CFO, the CTO, the CIO, whatever it is, the HR, all those people. And because of the risk that carries, then it is the CMT that needs to make that call. But before the CMT makes that call, it's the progression of that incident. At which point, if the data is stolen, the data subject must be informed. But at which point must they be informed? Of course, that will change. That will depend on the crisis and how it's being handled. It will change from organization to organization. But the data subject must be informed of the breach of their data. Thanks.
Thank you very much. So starting from this side, I think, let's start our winding up remarks. You can be as philosophical or as practical as you like to be.
I don't know what to say. But I think a lot of the points have been spoken about in the past days and today. When it comes to crisis management, I think from where I stand, one of the most critical things is honesty, communication, because that is what deals with your tomorrow. As a business, the crisis should not be the end of your business. You need to be able to manage it through. The plan's always there, the practicing is always there on how to deal with this crisis and when they do appear or when they do occur. But at the end of it, I think there's a lot of focus that needs to be put, at least from a C-suite. How do we communicate this to the public and actually get the public's trust in our services for us to be able to continue? Oh, so at Credit Info. So I mean, so at Credit Info, when it actually comes to crisis management, what we do is actually, one, on a continuous basis, we try and keep in touch even today with our customers to tell them how they can actually ensure that their data is safeguarded from anything. Then over and above that, internally we've got different tests and how we practice. We even have the IT security team actually sending, phishing emails to see if people will open them, just to make sure that people are alert and aware of what is happening at any given time. But I think also communication from C-suite, for me at least, is what is very key in crisis management.
So you're the guys who send us this thing, it is a free air ticket. If you want a free air
No,
ticket,
not me.
You've been seeing those ones, eh? Free air ticket. Click this link.
I think my closing remarks will dwell on two things. Number one, being an advisory member for KCFA, being a member of KSAT, being the secretary of USIU alumni, what I'm seeing is a very good mix of government, academia, and additional partnerships, and some of the fruits are sitting behind. I've been sitting at the back and I'm watching the young people, and they're constantly soaking up everything you're talking about. So I think for me, what I'd like to see is a lot more of these programs, a lot more mentorship programs, especially in cybersecurity, and a lot of hackathons. I followed the last hackathon with very good excitement, and congratulations to the team at the back who won. So hopefully, next year there will be more, and congratulations to a very well-organized event. Thank you.
I know that we'll be talking about collaboration tomorrow from the program that I have seen, but I thought that maybe I need to say this. I might not get a chance to say it tomorrow, at least not at this stage. When it comes to crisis management, collaboration is very important. So crisis, the very nature of crisis is that it goes beyond the borders of the organization. So it goes beyond your organization into the country, and sometimes it can go even beyond the borders of the country. And without collaboration, it is almost impossible to solve some crisis. I have been lucky to participate in simulations in other countries where different players come together. At first, it's like the way in football, I'm not a big football fan, but you know, League Ndogo. I apologize for all the football fanatics in the house. I'm not a big football fan, but in football, you know, the way you start with 16, then, you know, pole all the way to the finals, or you start with League Ndogo and then you go all the way to the Premier League. So probably we should organize, and this is a challenge to CA, to CBK. I want to talk to the regulators, to CA, CBK, and all these other regulators who are represented here, that probably we should have crisis simulations for various sectors. For financial sector, for example, let's get a simulation like the one we were talking about in the afternoons. And as a country, how are we going to respond so that CA knows what to do for me? Because sometimes, and it's not a crisis, but sometimes I have websites that I need to be taken down because they are asking people, they are telling people that we are sponsoring whatever it is, and to get sponsored you need to pay 500 shillings into this account, and I need that website to be taken down, or I need this, you know, and the collaboration takes quite a bit of time, and in the meantime people are losing money, you know, and we are suffering reputational damage. So that collaboration, when it comes to incident management and crisis management, needs to be enhanced, and some simulations or some exercises can help in that effort. Thank you.
Thank you. I think without sounding like I'm summarizing, and you know, being an educator for about 20 years, it comes almost naturally to want to summarize what was the discussion of the day. I think crisis management is basically described as a process and a strategy for identifying and responding to a threat or an unprecedented or occurrence. And the reason why this essentially exists is because disaster response or basically disaster response is not a plug and play situation. And the fact that when disaster strikes, in most cases, it's not anticipated or expected. But that said, whether it is a technological crisis, whether it's a confrontational crisis, whether it's, for example, what referred to as organizational misdeeds or malevolence, in the case where an employee assists criminals, there are certain principles that remain, or what referred to as the 4 Ps of crisis management planning, and that is the ability to predict, to prevent, prepare, perform, and sometimes to do what referred to as post-assessment. In prediction, we're basically simulating and trying to imagine what if this happened, what would we do? What are the worst case scenarios? What do we need to have in consideration as part of a crisis response? In terms of preventing, is making sure that you have the right mechanisms in place. Could be technology, could be policies, could be regulations that effectively make sure that the organization is safe from the likelihood of of a crisis happening. And of course, preparation kicks in immediately. You are hit, and what you need to make preparations. You need to be ready. And effectively, of course, perform or execute the intended plan. There are 2 terms that I've not had, across the conversation that I find it to be very important. There's a mention of the crisis management team, but I've not heard about the crisis management checklist, which is a very important component of crisis management, and of course the crisis management cart. My colleague had mentioned about disaster recovery, and disaster recovery is part of preparation for a crisis. And for example, in the IT space, when you're doing a disaster recovery plan, your cart or your trolley should at least include what are the necessary softwares, what are the licenses, do you have the images, do you have backups in place, and that makes sure that whenever if you have an encounter, then you have this kit ready, so you just kick into action. I'd like to close by talking about some statistics, and I was reviewing some times back that in a recent survey that was carried out by a leading institution in the Republic, is that 70% of the institutions and organizations still have the conversation around the plan to increase the investment in resilience and crisis management. I'm sure we are aware that, for example, our government and county governments have, a crisis, a disaster fund or a crisis fund set aside somewhere. We have some teams or people that are charged with that. But the point is that a huge number still believes that there's more that still needs to be done as far as that is concerned. There is, of course, the integration. Again, my colleague had mentioned about disaster recovery integration. I mean, disaster recovery plans, crisis management plans, incidents, and the integration across these 3 or 4 or 5, mitigation plans. And you'll be surprised that only 23% of organizations have a well-integrated crisis management system. And lastly is that we had within the presentation by Riunge, the fact that an incident or a crisis is as a result, let me say the crisis is actually as a result of many red flags or warnings that we don't pay attention to. And you'll be surprised to learn that only about 45% of organizations have alert and mobilization plans for crisis. Thank you.
I think for me, when I think about a crisis, I actually remember COVID, right? So I think it's very, very right for me to actually think of a cyber or a COVID-like cyber pandemic, given the fact of what we had in the previous presentations around what is currently happening. Of course, you are seeing ransomware as a service, phishing as a service, name it, right? DDoS as a service. And what makes it worse is that the bad guys are using the same technologies that we are using to get to defend, right? We are using AI and machine learning, and they're also using AI, deep learning, name it, to weaponize. So that makes the landscape very, very dicey, and you can only expect things to escalate. Now the reason, and actually that's the reason why I would actually map the future, and for us to expect more or less a COVID-like cyber pandemic. And to remind you a bit of stats, today as we speak, we are talking about the cost of a data breach to be on $4.35 million, right, for the current year, up from 4.25 in the last FY, calendar year that is, which actually gets to cover direct costs, right, that the cost to get to investigate, right, the cost you need to pay for forensics, for example, indirect costs, those are costs around lawsuits, for example. The fines, of course, for GDPR already, they are actualizing quite a number of millions of euros coming in as fines, and you can expect the same for Kenya as well, right? Intangible costs as well coming in or being part of that $4.35 million, right? Things to do with executive transition. We've seen it before, where the C-suites actually have to leave because of breaches. Could be data breach or could be a normal, any other cyber attack, right? So that is big. And I think these discussions are coming in at the right time. And I would wish to thank our host, the CEA, for doing a good job in that respect, in terms of training. But I think to you and me, the biggest bit is on training and awareness, which is key. Because like we've all seen, in as much as we are talking about the digital attack surface, the human attack surface, which you cannot actually buy a control for, right, remains very, very vulnerable. So awareness is key to us. Thank you, and back to you.
Okay. Thank you. For me, cyber resilience is, or business resilience for crisis. How do they interface? I'll just say, for enterprise to be resilient enough to recover from a crisis, it must anticipate. Thank you.
Wow. Well, thank you very much. I think yesterday the keyword, we should have used that keyword for here, is I do not negotiate with terrorists. But Mr. Rionge here told us that we might have to negotiate with ransom. Yeah, but thank you so much for telling us about cybersecurity crisis and how we can be able to manage that. I think we had a very distinguished panel, Mr. Siligwa, Mr. Ryogo, Mr. Kenyanjui, Mr. Rionge, Mr. Mbudhia, and Mr. Konyiha. Thank you so much for your time. Don't you think they were wonderful? Very distinguished panel. Let's give them a round of applause. You did a sterling job, and I feel far better informed and aware of what is going on and how I think actually, as I said, I need to get that for my company and make sure that more companies in Kenya are ready, because as you get bigger, the risk gets bigger as well. Thank you for your time. And yes, I think we should have a stand here and get a photo. Where's my cameraman? Yeah, where's my cameraman? Let's take a photo here. And then immediately after this, ladies and gentlemen, we're going for lunch. After we've done with lunch, I'd like us to meet back here at, do we meet back here, Mr. Yeah, we meet back here, and then we shall be given instructions by Fidelis on the simulation and how we shall continue. If you do not have a team, how many of you do not have a team, a group that you're in for the simulation? Anybody who does not have a team? Of course, from KRA. So we'll get you a team. I think team number 7, is it? Yeah, because the last one we did was 6. Team number 7. Who is the leading team number 7? Okay, we'll tell you team number 7. So that's good. Oh, you are leading number 7. Well, please come and see the gentleman here so that you can from the gentleman from KRA, so that you can welcome into your group. I want you to be in that photo as well, so just let me, so don't go away, don't go away. This is my only chance of glory with these great men. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you enjoyed yourself. Bon appetit. Let's get back here in about exactly an hour, which will be 2:40. 2:40? Yeah, 2:40. Let's come back here at 2:40. That is 20 minutes to 3. Then we can be able to go into our simulation and enjoy ourselves. Have you enjoyed yourselves, guys? Yeah? Do I look for more jokes? Am I stop? More jokes? No, stop or more? These guys are saying stop. You guys are saying more. Okay, I'll look for more. Okay, bon appetit, guys. Oh, it's been a long time. You don't remember me? Yeah, those guys. What do we do with those kind of people who are a threat? So, just one person, please. Two people, please. Anybody would like to share what they learned this morning? What stood out for them from cyber incidents to cybersecurity crisis? There we go. Thank you. Okay, can punguza muziki sasa pole taratibu. Hey, that's how you stop music. Slowly. Anything that has stood out for you? Anything that you really have enjoyed over this morning session? Simama tu watu wakuone. No. And remind us your name.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Linda.
Linda.
Yeah, from the sessions, the morning sessions, I learned that it's good to have a crisis management plan, an incident management plan, and a business continuity plan for your enterprise.
Fantastic. Give Linda a round of applause. Thank you very much. One last person and then we're done. Hopefully a gent this time. The ladies, oh, but you know, the gent have been talking too much before. Oh, there's a gent there. Hand the gentleman there with the white shirt. Oh yeah, where's Fidelis gone? Fidelis.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Benson Maingi.
Yes, sir.
The hackathon team. What I've learned from morning session is we as cybersecurity professional students, there is job opportunities because from the discussion of crisis management, those issues back end, they should have technician, the cybersecurity professional. That's why, to me, it was an highlight. We have to get prepared each and every day because these are things which are going to be occurring. As for me, it was just opportunity kind of site.
Thank you, Benson. Thank you very much. We give him a round of applause. Finally, for myself, what I learned, two things I thought were very important. One is that there's a lot I need to learn. So I've actually agreed I'm going to take on a basic cyber security course. Can you believe that? Please clap for me on that, surely. And the second thing I can't remember. Benson, what did you say? You talked about, oh dear, okay, I'll remember what the second thing was. I was waiting for Bona Fidelis. He was here just now. Why has he walked out? Oh, there he is. Oh, there you are. So, ladies and gentlemen, I leave you in the capable hands of none other than Mr. Fidelis Muya. Yeah.
Thank you, Moniki. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Presumably, we've had a very good lunch. The story of our lunch was so exciting, we almost forgot the time, but I think we are now here. In the interest of time, I think it's now 3:08. We want to take it a bit up to a gear from yesterday. So we will not give you 45 minutes to discuss. So we'll reduce it to 20 minutes. Yeah. See, you already know what you need to do. So the discussion is, now the pressure is, when you're in a crisis, you don't have the luxury of time to start analyzing what you have to feel some pressure. So anyway, we will try and keep it to that. And we will give you a very interesting scenario. Group 1, yesterday, members of Group 1, please. How many? What were you yesterday? COO? Group 1 or COO? Okay, please. Here is the scenario. Follow the same leader yesterday to the same room. And this time it is 20 minutes, so you reduce it. And I want us to be able to finish by 5 o'clock. So you come back here at, if we give you 5 minutes discussion, another 5 minutes preparation, that's 10, 20 minutes, 30 minutes in 45 minutes. So at 10 to 4, we should be back here, right? So that we can do a quick review and then finish by 5, we should be free to engage into the next activity. All right, there you go. Group 2, the leader of Group 2. What were you yesterday? CIO. Okay, today you are going to be the Chief Legal Officer. So you are going to be lawyers today. Leader of Group 2. Okay, Group 3. Who was Group 3? Group 3, what was it? What was the role? CFO. Oh, you're still CFO today. Group 3, please follow Nelson. Who's Group 2? I mean, that Group 2. Has he gone? Tell him to come for his case. He has forgotten his case. Just give it. Group 4, head network security, SOC, external SOC. Who is Group 4? Tafadhali, follow your leader, Group 4. Then Group 5. Group 5 was what? C? Oh, today you are CEO. All right. Today we've been promoted. You are the CEO, Group 4. Network SOC. Group 5, CEO. All right. Then Group 6. Who's Group 6? Group 6. Patrick, your group? You guys don't seem to be. Group 6. He's 7. So I haven't called 7 yet, but Group 6 should be here. Group 6. Who's your leader? You're Group 6? No, I'm talking about the group. Forget about the number. I changed the Group 6. What group are you? Take Group 4 if you are Group 4. You go with your group. The role is different. Just give him Group 4, Tafadhali. He's Group 4. You are Group 6. He is Group 6. So go with your group. Okay? You have a different role, but you're in the same group. All right? Then Group 7. Is there anybody without a group? In a group? 7. Okay. We'll just go and print at the reception. Looks like the paper itself is missing. Amokonayo. You have the on email. See, I sent you an email, but I want to print it out. Yeah? Group 8, Amuna? No, I'm okay. I'm interested in the groups. Forget about the... Yeah? Group 8. Akuna Group 8. Who is Group 8? Okay. 6, change that to 8, yeah? Yeah, change that to 8. We'll just do it. Then I'll print 7. Okay. Let's just go to the reception and print. Who are the other groups? 8 and 9. Yeah? 9 and 10. 9 and 10 were merged, isn't it? Who's the leader? You are. Please follow your leader. We'll go. Shika. Run this and just change the group number. Yeah, 9 and 10. So 7 and 8 is what we need to do. Thanks. Only one person. Surely. Two. Okay. Group 7. Group 7. Anybody from? You know, yesterday we didn't give you the chance, so today we want to start with you. Where's that mobile mic? Actually, just come and use the mic.
You can use the mic here. Yeah. You have the questions here, so I don't even need this paper.
Well, you can read if you want.
Okay. You want me to read the scenario?
Oh, read the scenario.
Everything, eh?
Yes, yes.
By 2 p.m. on September 1st, the performance of the integrated system had not improved. All attempts to identify the cause of the network issues are proving unfruitful. The CIO of Integretex has been frantically engaging their outsourced network security operations center, that is SOC, who has been able to determine what is the problem with the slow network. The CIO made the decision to disconnect the links to isolate their system from the internet, but following this action, we have lost access to their systems and no one is able to log into their systems, either remotely or physically. On contacting and informing the TSP of the action and that they are unable to access their systems, both the service provider reported that they are still seeing traffic from their systems. Something has definitely gone wrong, and based on telecommunication service providers' feedback, the MNO network infrastructure seems also to have also been infiltrated. Additional reports coming in from all banks offering mobile banking systems reported major disruptions in completing their mobile transactions from their customers and payment service providers. So by 3 p.m., All private sector entities and government entities whose services relied on MNOs to authenticate and route payment transactions cannot function as expected. So this group, you are being the CEO, so you are the communications officer at Integratex. At 3:15 p.m. you receive a call from one of the media from one of the media reporters. The reporter informs you that there are rumors that Integratex was having system problems. The reporter tells you that they are due to report the item in their 4 o'clock bulletin. The reporter has given you 10 minutes to get back with your side of the story and maybe a comment from the CEO. What would be your response to the reporter? So we went through this, and then we realized that we have to keep in mind of the business. So we are going to say that we are not aware. We will investigate and get back to you once we are in touch with other teams. What would be your advice to your CEO? So your CEO, you have to brief the CEO and tell him the truth, that I've received a call from media, but then you have to prepare the CEO just in case the reporter decides to call the CEO. And then who will you contact in your organization and why? So the people to contact in the organization, of course, is the CEO, because he is the accounting officer, or is the one of the, or he represents the interest of the business. And then you have to you have to also get in touch with the CMT teams. That's the crisis management team. What information do you need to deal with this? So as a communications officer, the information you need is a progress report from the CMT. And of course, you need to have a media strategy. And media strategy means collecting information from open source, from social media and other sources. So there's an inject at 10 minutes while you're having this discussion. An anonymous caller is calling you from an activist organization known as IFAN, that is the Information Frontier Africa Networks, claiming to have your customer data in their possession. So this organization has roots to linkages to Talgala and is rumored to be funded by the state. Remember yesterday we had a scenario of 2 different countries. Now they've indicated that they will release this information in the web. They've made no demands and have not given any conditions. So when you have this scenario, who would be your response? Okay, what would be your response to this information? So the way you respond here is very critical. You first of all try to demand proof of possession of the information. If you have this information, how can I know that it is true? And of course, when you are doing this, you try to find out more about this caller. So who do you contact to share this information? The person who you need to contact is, of course, the CMT and the CEO, so that they are aware that someone has information outside there. So the CMT, as we heard in the morning, of course, there are different layers. There are legal officers, there are technical people, there are finance people. So once you contact them and share this information, the CMT will know how to digest this. So what considerations are at play here? So there is delay. You have to play a delaying tactic. Of course, you have to collect more information from IFAN, that is the people who are calling. Try and get to know more about the number, who these people are, and what their interest would be. And then, of course, you need to have a media strategy, as we have said, in social media. What are people talking about this? Because you see now, if you look, originally you're being called by the media. So you need to have a media strategy, and then you have to keep the line open. Don't shut it down, so that there is room for negotiations and talking. So as this goes ahead, you have an inject. At 3:30 p.m., the CEO calls you into your office. He informs you of his planned meeting with the potential partners and the strategic negotiations due to be held at 6 p.m. He informs you that in no way should the report by the media house regarding this incident be reported. He does not care what you do or how you do it, but get it done. If you fail to do this, the CEO in response to the demand. So this is now where you need negotiation skills, and to make the CEO come down, you just tell the CEO, go ahead with the meeting. The truth of the matter is that this meeting was probably set before this crisis started. So because this is a strategic meeting for potential partners, maybe they want to inject more capital into the business. So you prepare the CEO to talk to the potential partners on the strategic negotiations so that they don't panic. And you just tell them the meeting should go ahead. So what would be your next course of action in this situation? Your next course of action is important in terms of trying to get the details about the caller on the information. And then, of course, you prepare the CEO as he goes to this meeting. That is your next course of action. You have to prepare the CEO and tell him that we received this call, and if at all the partners ask about it, then this should be a response. If they don't ask, then just let it go, because the CMT is handling it. And then the last point here, who would you contact inside and outside the organization? We realize that sometimes you have to reroute problems, like someone was talking about a router. So you send these media guys to a wild goose chase. Already the scenario here, you know that there are other mobile banking systems that are also reporting problems. So you say we think it could be, it's not our problem, we think it could be with an MNO somewhere, so that you push, you send the media guys away from you as you buy time to handle the situation. And then, of course, you have to talk to the CMT to develop a strategy, because the crisis may go longer. And then you have to get a messaging. The CMT must have a messaging now for the customers. As of now, we are still not contacting the customers because we are dealing with the situation. But if it gets worse, then the CMT will find a strategy of dealing with that. Thank you. That's it. Yeah? But we are not communications guys.
Well done, well done. You're not communications guys. That is why it's an exercise. Otherwise, if you're communications guys, I would have given you a job of a CFO. You don't get what you do. It's a very interesting scenario. You know, the CEO called them and told them, listen, I have a meeting at 6 o'clock. If you remember yesterday, we had the CEO was on his way to a serious negotiation with those partners with the intention that they would be investing into his company when this incident occurred, isn't it? To understand the pressure the CEO is at and why he was calling the communications officer to tell them to ensure that this report is not in the media, can we have one of the groups that was CEO? One of the groups that was CEO? Which group was that? Group 8. Yes, they didn't present yesterday either. Group 8? Spokesman? Yes, who's your spokesman? Yeah, I gathered as much. You didn't want to come, eh? Kuja. You're the CEO. We want to understand the pressure of the CEO when they called the communications person. Please come and read your scenario. Are you two of you? Only one person to read a scenario. Chill. Please.
Hello everyone. I'm Richard and I'll take you through the scenario. By 2 p.m. on September 1st, the performance of the integrated systems have not improved. All attempts to identify the cause of the network issues are proving unfruitful. The CIO of Integratex has been frantically engaging the outsourced Network Security Operations Center, who has not been able to determine what is the problem with the slow network. The Integratex CIO has made the decision to disconnect the links to isolate their systems from the internet. But following these actions, they have lost access to their system and no one is able to log into their systems, either remotely or physically. On contacting and informing the telecommunication service providers of the action and that they are unable to access their systems, Both telecommunication support teams reported that they are still seeing traffic from their systems. Something was definitely wrong, and based on telecommunication service providers' feedback, the MNO's network infrastructure seems to have also been infiltrated. Additional reports coming in from all banks offering mobile banking systems report major disruptions in completing their mobile transactions from their customers and payment service providers. By 3 p.m., all private sector entities and government entities whose services relied on MNOs to authenticate and route payment transactions cannot function as expected. So, from our group page, you are the CEO of Integratex. You have received the update from your COO that they made the decision to disconnect their systems from the MNOs until the root cause of the problem is identified. You have also received the update that following the disconnection, the operation team is unable to access the systems at all. After escalating the issue to the technical team, they too also are unable to access the systems. Nobody at Integratex can access their systems. The potential partners you met in the morning to discuss the potential strategic partnership have called you. They have asked you about the rumors of a cyber attack on your system. They have raised a serious concern that such reports could pose a threat to the negotiations and have asked to meet you at 6 p.m. to discuss this matter. So question A, would you comment on the rumors and what would your response be? So, want to acknowledge that there's a system outage, and I'll respond that our system is working hard to restore all the services affected as soon as possible. Moving on to question B, will you request any of your chief officers to accompany you to the 6 p.m. meeting, or will you go alone, and why? I will go alone, but first I will get relevant information from all team members. This is to show confidence that it's a minor issue and we are addressing it, and also to leave the team behind to work on the issue. Moving on to question C, who in your view should coordinate this cyber incident resolution and investigation? That will be the COO that will live in charge of that matter. Move on to the, we get an inject at 10 minutes. I'll read to you. We receive a call from one of the prominent personalities in the country. He's calling from the National Hospital, where his son is at the emergency care following an accident while riding his bike. The hospital won't admit the child because the personality's attempt to pay the required deposit using a mobile app won't complete the transfer. He has given you 30 minutes to sort out the issue, otherwise he will take some unspecified action on you and your company. So question A was, what will be your response to this threat? We decided that as the CEO, you will empathize with the person, and you'll assure him that his son will be attended to, and call the hospital to confirm the details and verify. So what will be your next course of action? So the CEO will call the CEO of the hospital to intervene on behalf of the patient, verify the information is correct, and give a promissory note, have the patient be attended to in the meantime. And the final question, who would you tell of this conversation and why?
that, because not only are you endangering your organization, you're endangering yourself. This person has threatened and specified action against you. Yeah, this personality, we don't know what is the nature of this personality, and he has told you, if my kid is not treated, I'm taking you personally liable for whatever happens to my kid, and I will deal with you and your company. Yeah. Now, depending on who this person is, you cannot just decide to tell your CEO and CIO. Yeah, that is rule number one. Number two, if you're calling the hospital to verify the details and you are going to stand on behalf of the patient and you are going to guarantee payment, during your discussion somebody asked you, how many other customers will you guarantee for? Yeah? And then the other one is, when you are going to a serious negotiation meeting with people where there is potential things at stake, never go alone. Never go alone. Because what happens after that meeting and people start twisting your words? You took 10% and you agreed what? You never go alone. Take your legal team. If it is a technical thing like this, take the CIO. Let the CIO explain to these people the technical issues about it to assure them that you know that you are on top of things. Yeah? You don't go alone and say, I'll go alone and not. Yeah? But now you understand the pressure the CEO is under when he called the communications guy. Because imagine you have been called by somebody who says, my kid is in hospital, and if anything happens to my kid, I'm holding you responsible. Meanwhile, the partners are calling you, telling you, Bana, you don't seem to be on top of your game. We are not sure whether we should invest with you. So in 2 hours, we are having a meeting to discuss the fate of these negotiations we've been negotiating. And then the press coming in to say the press report is coming, KTN are going to broadcast your failure. And then now somebody calls you and tells you, now please come, 6 o'clock, we are discussing. So now you call the officer and you tell officer, my friend, if we don't get this deal, the company is shutting down, the way things are going. So if you can't stop this report, don't come to work. Basically, the guy is frustrated, as in he's unloading his frustration on the communications officer, isn't it? So what's your job as a communications officer? I heard her talking, yes? In your group discussion, isn't it? The communications officer job is to safeguard the reputation of the company. The CEO can make noise, but CEOs can be replaced, isn't it? Yeah, you've never heard of a CEO fired because on the eve of a deal something went wrong and the board decided, look, you're not the right guy to steer this ship. It has happened, isn't it? Yeah, well done, guys. Those are two scenarios, and this is because of the scenario. So just to give you a perspective, what happened is at 9 o'clock we had a failure, which was not resolved, or rather it was reported because the failure actually happened at 5:30. By 2 o'clock, nobody knew what happened. So the COO and the CIO decided the best thing to do is to disconnect the network to stop transactions coming in, isn't it? But when they disconnected the networks, instead of the transaction stopping, number one, they couldn't access their network. They couldn't access their systems internally. And then transactions are still coming through the participants. Those settlement banks and the communications guys are still seeing transactions. What does that tell you? As IT guys now, forget about the crisis issues now. IT guys, in technical guys, who knows about systems? What does that tell you? Come on, you've seen this in movies. You've never seen The Matrix? There's this agent called Agent Smith. The moment Agent Smith is killed, how many Agent Smiths come up? Yeah? How many of you have seen The Matrix? Come on, the first one. Yeah? You kill the agent, another one comes up. Okay, now we have another group, the group of the COO. Right? COO. Please, come. There were 2 COOs, yeah? Groups.
So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Emon Mwangeka. I'm representing the group that was doing the COO. So let me just read out the scenario. So you are the COO of Integretex and was involved in the decision to disconnect the system from the telecommunications company. Following the unsuccessful attempts to recover access to the systems, you decided the best alternative is to restore from the previous day's backup. On attempting to restore the backups, the operator informs you that they could not restore the system as the tapes could not be read and the access passwords to the backup applications were missing. The last person who last held the passwords had left the company a week earlier, and it transpires that they did not hand over the passwords on exit. So, question number one, what are the alternative options? What are the alternative options available to you? So, in our deliberations, the first alternative was to engage the HR department to try and reach out to the person who had the credentials and see whether we could be able to retrieve those passwords to the backup tapes. Then secondly, we also have the option of reverting to a manual mode of operation. And thirdly, also is to restore the backups to the last functional, mode, of which we would be having the credentials. So basically, it's a matter of trying, going backwards until we're able to get that, the one that can work. Then who do you contact and why? The main person we would contact is the CEO. Since this is an issue that has been running through the day, it's now 2 p.m. It's more or less to give him an update of the scenario so he's abreast with what is happening currently. And also, yeah, that's the main person to contact. Then what could you have done differently as the CEO? The main thing that we realized that we did wrong was to actually do the shutdown of the systems. So what we would have done differently was to mitigate the situation while the system was still online. So that covers the first part. Then there is a second portion to this scenario. At 3:15 p.m., you receive a call from an anonymous caller identifying themselves as dealers from the dark web. They inform you that they have encrypted your data and have the credentials for the backup solution. The caller informs you that you have until midnight to send 600 bitcoins to a link that they will share once you have the answer to their demand in 30 minutes. They warn that attempts to recover access to your beyond 7 hours will render the data unusable, as there is a time bomb in the system. They will call you in 30 minutes to get your answer and provide the link and Bitcoin account. What would be your response to this demand? So Now, for this particular scenario, we would respond to this particular caller that we try and buy time, basically, and we just respond that we are still working on something, and we'll get back to them as soon as we have settled on our decision. Then who do you report to? Who would you report this extortion to? Again, that we would report that to the CEO so that he's abreast on the new development, and probably he can give further guidance on what to do next. Because this would be beyond us making any decision. Then what will be your next course of action and why? So the next course of action is to now initiate, look for our offline backups that were in use, and the most recent offline backups that we had, which will most likely not have been contaminated with the malware, and begin to operationalize that so that we have something working, so we can be able to at least get some operations moving. Yes, so that is our response to the scenario. Thank you.
Okay. Give them a clap. But my friend, you have a problem. You cannot restore backups because the passwords to the backup applications you don't have. So even if you go to your old backups, you still don't have access to the backup application. Isn't it? Yeah, so you're still in a tight corner. And then reporting to the CEO. Would you like to be in the CEO's feet when you are giving him this report? You know the way you take a report and you drop it on the CEO's desk and scatter before he sees you. Wait a minute. When you are being threatened by somebody in an organization, the CEO is not the kind of person you want to report this threat to. The first person is either risk or legal, because they are the ones who deal with these legal issues, number one. Number two, we mentioned in your updates that Genosha has a SAT, isn't it? Any one of the CEO groups ever thought of calling the SAT and saying, hey, we are being extorted? You did? Well done. Good guys. You're thinking outside there. Yeah, that is the idea. We wanted to bring out this crisis management. This is the time you now look for who outside your organization can you leverage. Because you are in a tight corner, your systems have actually been encrypted. You can't access your systems, you can't access your backups, and now somebody is threatening to sell your data or to bomb it. And you don't have the resources, frankly speaking, to recover any of this. It's time to call the mounted police, in this case the SAT. You call the SAT and say, hey man, we know we goofed, but please, we have this threat now, please come and guide us to tell us what we'll do. So that is the idea behind telling you how, closing all the avenues for you to make sure that you seek outside help. But it was good thinking. A person who left last week is no longer your employee. Why are you calling HR to go look for him? Are you likely to get help? Yes.
Inside your system. And then you're not
Please come.
Good afternoon once again. This is a presentation for Group 2. We have been transformed from CIOs to legal officers today. So the scenario is by 2 p.m. on September 1st, the performance of the Integretex system had not improved. All attempts to identify the cause of the network issues are proving unfruitful. The CIO of Integretex has been frantically engaging the outsourced Network Security Operations Center, who has not been able to determine what is the problem with a slow network. The Integretex CIO made the decision to disconnect the links to isolate their system from the internet. But following this action, they have lost access to their system, and no one is able to log into their systems, either remotely or physically. On contacting and informing the telecommunication service providers of their action, and that they are unable to access their systems, both telecommunication support teams reported that they are still seeing traffic from their systems. Something was definitely wrong, and based on telecommunication service provider feedback, the MNO's network infrastructure seemed to have also been infiltrated. Additional reports coming in from all banks offering mobile banking system reported major disruptions in completing their mobile transactions from their customers and payment service providers. By 3 p.m., all private sector entities and government entities whose services relied on MNOs to authenticate the root payment transaction cannot function as expected. So, you are a legal officer of Integretex and was advised of involvement in the decision to disconnect the systems from the telecommunications companies. So now here there's a decision there was involvement in the decision to switch off, to disconnect the systems. Thinking as legal officers, these are the questions that there are questions that come in terms of implications according to the decision made. So the first question that comes along is that how are our customers? How are the customers how are the customers going to be affected, and to which extent are these customers going to be affected? So this is an area that needs to be considered, because this is an issue of business and we have to take care of our customers. This decision also is made in terms of also the SLS that we have in place, and also we also consider time bound. If at all the systems are switched off, how long will it take us to get back to normal so that we can be able to serve our customers as usual? There's also the issue of assessing liability in terms of there are losses which are going to be incurred, and there's an issue of liability. And here we have to protect the company. So we have to discuss the issue of liability when it comes to footing the losses in terms of monetary value. There's also the issue of how to escalate the issue in terms of trying to mitigate the incidents. There's the issue of reporting to the senior management for quicker decision making. There's also the issue of informing the SAT teams, because here we have two countries whereby one has laws and the other one doesn't have. So we have to inform the SAT team on the other country so that they can be able to try and find out what is going on, where is the source of attack, and how soon or how fast can they be able to respond to the incidents so that we can be able to come back to normal. And then in the process of dealing with the incidents, there's also an interjection whereby at 3:15 p.m. you receive a call from an anonymous caller identifying themselves as dealers from the dark web. They inform you that they have encrypted your data and have credentials for backup solutions. The callers inform you that you have until midnight to send 600 bitcoins to a link that they will share once you have the answer to their demand in 30 minutes. The one that attempts to recover access to your the one that attempts to recover access to you beyond 7 hours will render the data unusable, as there is time bomb in the system. This will call you they will call you in 30 minutes to get your answer and provide the link and Bitcoin account. So the first question is, what will be your response to this demand? So in our discussion, the first response is that we will promise the callers, first of all, we'll find out at least we'll try to be inquisitive a bit to find out more information about these callers. And then we will also promise them to comply, so that with an aim of providing ourselves with a window period to make decisions on how we will handle the situation. And then in the window period that we have, now we will be able to, in consultation with the senior management, we will engage the technical officers, if at all they will be able to decrypt the data without any assistance from outside. If at all they will be able to decrypt the data, well and good. If not, then we will make a decision to, as much as we engage with the callers, to keep them at bay, we will try to outsource the work of decrypting the data, if at all they will be able to recover the data. Consequently, consecutively, we will be able to inform, as much as we have informed the SAT team, we will also inform, make a report, a formal report to law enforcement agencies, so that investigative measures can be taken place, it can be instituted, and also try to invoke investigations to find out the root cause of the attack. There's also the issue of all this is done in consideration with the data recovery plan in place within the company. And then we'll also endeavor to see whether we can recover this data, we can be able to decrypt this data within the specified time before the callers can destroy this data. At the same time, we will also have to inform the regulators in terms of data. In our case, locally we have the Data Protection Commission, so that we try to take measures of preventing misuse of the data that has been stolen. And then finally, we will, if at all we are able to recover the data, we'll be able to clean the network, restore the data that we have decrypted, so that we can resume to normal. In case it is not possible, then the last option is to negotiate with the callers for paying ransom. But that one is not encouraged, and maybe can be considered as the last resort. So that is all. And finally, we have, after all has been done, all measures have been taken place, maybe we have resumed normal, we will also have an interest with the investigation process, so that we can be able to use the report in identifying the gaps that were leveraged on to orchestrate attacks in the network, so that we can use those ones to develop mitigation measures of preventing such an incident to happen again. Thank you. That is the end of presentation.
What did you think of that legal opinion? Anybody want to think of that legal opinion? First of all, as a legal officer, your concern is not about your customers. Your legal officer's customer is actually the company, not the consumers. So when you are hit like this, the concern of the legal officer is the last thing about customers. They are looking at the interest of the company. It is the operations people, the business people's interest to look at the customers. That is why there is always a push and pull, because in fact some of the times when you go to this crisis management committee, the legal officer's job is to say, do not even talk to the customers, because I don't want to expose the company to litigation. Because the moment the customers are told that we have a problem, there are those customers who will now start suing the company to recover damages, isn't it? Now they are killing the company. So the lawyers will normally say, do not talk to anybody before you talk to us. Don't talk until you clear the statement, because our interest is to protect the company, number one. Number two, they are not worried about SLAs and uptimes. Them they are looking at, you're right in that they will be looking at the liability, the exposure. And part of the liability is that, how much are we going to lose? How much are we going to be fined? How much are we going to be sued? So they are not worried about that story. They are not involved in mitigations and escalations. That is the business and the operations team to escalate. They can inform the SAT, but in this case, they are not informing the SAT of the other company, because nobody has drawn a link between Genosha and Talgala. There was nothing in this scenario that tells you anything from Talgala, isn't it? As a legal officer, you didn't know. So you cannot start telling the SAT to contact Talgala. They'll ask you under what basis. What basis do you have to suspect these guys, right? So you can report to your local SAT. Yes, that is important, so that they start looking and helping you work with the situation. Negotiation with terrorists, delay and promise to comply. You have 30 minutes to come back. You are negotiating with a guy, and he knows he has you by the short and curlies. Will you actually have any legal way to start? And a lawyer cannot start decrypting the data. Don't forget, this guy has told you, if you try to access this data, it will be rendered unusable, isn't it? This is the time to involve forensic experts, not yourself pretending to be a forensic expert to decrypt the data. Because if you spoil it and you haven't taken a backup of that data, when you call the forensics guys after you tried to recover, then it will be unusable and they'll tell you you shouldn't have done that, isn't it? Normally what you should do is isolate the system, don't do anything, call the forensics. They are the ones who know how to decrypt these things. Don't be a lawyer who wants to be a forensics expert. You are going to make the situation worse. Sindio? Yeah, so let's be careful about what we can do and what we can't do. There was CFO, isn't it? A group of the CFOs. Anybody? Group 3. You're the spokesman? No? Group 3? Let's hear what the CFO's tribulations and trials were. Today was a long day. As we get the CFOs, there was the treasurers. Is it the bank, the other bank, the settlement bank, isn't it? Get ready with your case. Just read the case, don't read the background.
Good afternoon.
Excuse me. Just read the scenario, don't read the background. Everybody knows that.
Okay.
Start with the group.
So I'm representing Group 3, and this is the scenario. You are the Chief Finance Officer of